I wanted to raid Mr. Streamer, but he was late. Angry emoji. Well, that is too bad for the streamer then. Leaving value on the table. Play a bit of objects as I feel like playing a bit of objects. Thank you for the sub, Loto Radio. Amulet Titan, Musabi, okay. Musabi has been playing a lot of Titan. Just before joining this league, I have cut a Stomping Ground and 4 Magus of the Moon on the sideboard. Deep, deep, deep. Thank you very much, Young Battery. I get a new haircut? No. It is the same haircut. Fact. I guess it was pretty telling that it's not a Titan deck by the presence of Lurrus. Dothy Voidwalker. Very sad. I'll make a food. Try the company then afterwards. How was your weekend, Kaneki? I miss your stream. It was a nice weekend. And my stream is gonna be back, so therefore you do no longer need to miss anymore. Probably would rather discard the familiar then. Like, I know that this is gonna exile it, which is very sad, but I think the land is better than the familiar. Did you miss us too? To an extent, yes. It's fucked. For mana, no place. You missed Vintage Showcase sadly? No, I played it. I did badly. Played Aggro Shops, but I think maybe Aggro Shops is not playable right now, so it might have been not very cash-money to play. Also, yeah, Huel is a sponsor of the stream, as you probably know. I haven't forgotten throughout the weekend. It probably will be in the near future. Game objects question mark indeed. Deep, deep, deep. Cash company back at me. There. Best company. Like my opponents, I don't know, could hit a better one. How long is the song? It's fairly long. Quite a bit long. And now it's awkward for me to kill the Duffy Voidwalker in response. Because we can do that with Chatterfang. You get a point F6 and then win somewhere without needing to declare blockers. Does happen. Occasionally. Okay, let's skip some of those. Oh, I forgot that I can play Giganta in this deck. I can in the sideboard though, so it's not that bad, but yeah, I forgot about Giganta. Selected company being cast. We played this then. Okay, so I failed to understand that Doffy actually does that, where you can cast a card at any point. Has conceded from the game? Really? What? Opponent? Eh? I mean, I agree, I would have played Witch's Oven sacked. Well, I would have played Witch's Oven? Attacked Sacred 10, like I would be like +1 Squirrel. Then I would have drawn a fetch into a land, into a manufactor. Which could be beatable for my opponent, but allegedly doesn't seem like it would be. I think I'd rather have Endurance than Grease against them. The Cold Family is a bit awkward because it's kind of bad against the Duffy and it's bad to draw multiples. Maybe we can just cut one of those. Maybe keep the Grease because they are. Initial removal. Maybe keep more free drops. Remain Mana Dork. Nice German songs, Cake W. Is it actually nice or is it extremely obscene? That is the question. And this end, I guess I lead on this to go Lonnie's Arborel, most likely, to investigate. Appear again. Of course, you can get hit by discard spell, so planning my play on turn 1 seems quite silly. Ravagan. Against Ragavan, let's play a blocker. Yeah. I mean, we can let this hit me once, but I mean, forcing a removal on Elf is I think good in my deck. Then we can still have a turn 2 of Sprawl plus Lonis. Oh, white mana. Although it is kind of awkward, I, you know, need to trade off my Arbor Elf. Which is often secured. I'm gonna steal it. Look at the top card of my deck. Okay, Thoughtseize, okay. -1 collective company. I assume that it's gonna be the company. Maybe they're gonna take something else, but hardly can imagine. Yeah, company, they kept the treasure. At this point, I will not trade Lonis for the monkeys. I don't think so. You have more monkeys. I need more stuff to get off the ground than they do. Hi, Mr. Streamer. Hello, Mr. Viewer. What you gonna do, opponent? Daisuke, no. Tap, untap, tap, untap. Missed me. Well, I'm back. Explosives on 2, interesting. There's a fairly inefficient way of dealing with this, but very curious one. Let's see if they have a discard spell to follow up or something else. Okay, -2 ovens, so no ovens in my deck. Opponent doesn't have priorities, so I guess I'll fetch. They have a pleasant vacation full of dungeon adventures. No. But yes, but no. No dungeons were involved. Yet it was quite nice. So, you know, like... Village can vary. Oh no, -1 Chatterfang. Treasure. Treasure, Dauthi. Sure. Druid fetch. Can fetch the cabin and then we can have a squirrel. -1 Academy Manufactor. And a Kuroxa afterwards, interesting. I guess that brings me to 6 life, which is kinda low. Collected Company is about certainly one of the better draws I could have imagined, so let's try to hit well. I don't think there's a purpose in waiting. Can hit Endurance, which is just gonna shuffle the Kroxa too. This has Reach, that helps against the Spirit. That's actually pretty good. Wrong order though. But it's gonna have a creature in the graveyard, that's acceptable. Good attack, but well, if we attack, we're forced to trade Lonis for Ragavan, which doesn't seem good. Especially if my opponent draws a Ragavan. Lonis says no token, well, it would be a different story if it said token. Mr. Kanye, miss you so much, how are you? I'm pretty well. Musabi has considered. I will say Musasabi doesn't have a soul of a warrior. But the Gilded Goose of it would probably be enough to lock it. Alright, game objects, insane deck, right? Endurance. Endurance is what my opponent was lacking. Bad Asmo. You're bad. Canister is Digimon music. Ooh. How is a red deck supposed to deal 1 damage? Ooh, M. Hayashi. Well, speaking of red decks, we'll see. What does M. Hayashi own recently? Oh, was the Prey Piercer, that solves that. Spec Pogaran Hammer, I know. Yo, Canister, how many ends does your name contain? 1. A single one. I've been waiting for the F to get bolted. I have Utopia Sprawl, so I decided that I prefer to do it this or in this order. Stomp my pepperonis, okay. Yo, Canister, which Digimon do you like? I never really watched Digimon much. I remember the, I don't know, I think it's the, like one of the, I think that's a Pikachu the Digimonster. One with white stripes, mammal like. I remember this one, but I barely watched it. This one. Maybe it's not a mammal, it's kind of like the dinosaur with some food on top of it. How god tier do you need to get 7 trophies with the strategy? Fairly. Canister Digi tier 2. Eh? That meant that I didn't understand. Moon. Okay, you have a bolt too. No, you have a flame slash. Fair. That is a fair one. Answer this, board. I attack you for 1. Hayashi. Okay, I cast Lava Dart and Lightning Bolt. Canister. Oh, shucks. I acknowledge that my board has been answered. Well, Fury. At least it's Evoke, not Hardcast. So, like, Evoke doesn't even kill Chatterfang and Lonis together. I don't think he plays Lava Dart, really. Some new developments. Is that a Nahego t-shirt? No, it is not. It has some, like, map. Hawaiian Islands, I think. Why would you play Lava Dart Night Deck with 0 price creatures? Well, you're stating that as if it was obvious, but I concede that point. I have not been following developments of M. Hayashi's deck list closely. Urg, urv, brr, vg, vrr, vurg, brr, brr. Main deck. Sideboard. M. Hayashi, red. M. Hayashi doesn't consider following normal metrics. Yeah, but well, I always seen him play Lava Darts, but yeah, he's not playing Lava Darts, seems like. Any good cards from the AFR set? No, not a single one. Exactly, Hammer of Bogardan. Well, no shit. Let's try a creature. That is a creature, effectively. That's also a creature. Den of the Bugbear. Very nice in a Blood Moon deck. I'll just cast it now. Like, the open to the like is kinda weaker too. Is Demolition not good in Modern? Also, the combination of Religan and Holy Heat is kinda interesting. Demolish Aspiring Spike played a bit with it, but I haven't seen it ever since that. I don't think it's all that good. It is kinda not like... Not like a very bad card, so... You know... Somewhat playable. Pretty weird that he has 4 non-basics, Blood Moon in play, but... Yes, like... There really is no cost to non-mountains in a mono-red deck, right? Also, he exiled this Hammer of Bogardan with Relic of Progenitus, which is kind of an anti-synergy, I would say. Kinda. I could have minused Greased on Season Pyro, kill my Cauldron Familiar, I'm not sure. Smaller at Conrad at this point pretty cringe, I agree, yeah. How many ways can you cheat for mana? Gutshot mana offers that, it's not very good. Yeah, there's a limited amount of ways to make that extra mana. Waterfall Pack Leader should be playable more than Humans, just doesn't see a lot of play right now. I need to read that card again, because like people were talking to me about this card a few times already, and I always said, yeah, sure, but then didn't actually read it. Werewolf Pack Leader. Card, Werewolf Pack Leader. Was interesting timing. Let's draw something good in my draw step. That does count as something good. I could have had a black up, I guess. But I don't feel like I'm going to need to kill the Ragavan with a thing. Because I have 5/1/1s. Werewolf Pack Leader, GG. Pack Tactics. If it attacks, if you attack the creature requires 6 of greatest combat, draw a card. 4 mana. Stops being a human, 5/3. Cast Bone Crusher Giant, activates Obosh, sure. Wasta. This is an Obosh in my opponent's hand. If my opponent has a draw spell, if they have a draw spell, they're gonna kill my guy anyways. It's a guy named Blue, right? Canister, squirrel funny, forehead, forehead indeed. Very true. My opponent plays Obosh and actually kills my... Okay, Seasoned Pyro I don't think I can lose, but... If they played Obosh and killed my Grease, then actually I could have lost, maybe? Give Fury, but Fury only gets doubled after you spread the damage, so it's not even that much stronger. W ogóle centralnie kamieniem go bez kitu. W ogóle centralnie kamieniem go bez kitu. Well, Seasoned Pyro is kind of a like best draw, but I think we're doing okay. Kamieniem go bez kitu. W ogóle centralnie kamieniem go bez kitu. W ogóle centralnie kamieniem go bez kitu. Centralnie kamieniem go bez kitu. Let's keep the land in hand for trackers, which I have 4 of. Sure, activate your relic, friend. W ogóle centralnie. Grease seems okay in this deck. Does answer things that could be problematic. Fury. Well, Fury is a bit good of a top deck. Maybe should have just plus with Grease. Probably should have plus with Grease. Wonder if we could play Maim Devil somehow. I think Maim Devil will be win more. Also, check out the sponsor of this stream, El Huel. Also, notice how my point exile is Seasoned Pyro. Is it a Hammer of Bogar and a second Seasoned Pyro? I'm not sure if they exiled all of that, but I think so. Yet, they are still dead to the powerful Cauldron Familiar. Well, powerful is maybe an overstatement, but... Is against them Hayashi. You can have the protection from red monsters. Right? I mean, do they do all that much? They are 1/1, so maybe they don't do all that much. And honestly, I wouldn't hate the endurance, except for that it is hard to cast from Moon. Minister, can I be an athletic strong girl if I drink you? You can try. I wouldn't know if you wouldn't have tried. Drake seems bad. I actually don't think I want to sideboard against him. I like endurance also because I feel I'd cut the Arbor Elf. I don't have anything to cut it for. I think the Cerulean Drake might be a bit better than Arboreus. ×2. But I don't think I want to... I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe not. The Cerulean Drake is certainly a bit adventurous on my part, but also have two Urza Sagas in the deck, by the way, which might be a bit hard to notice, but I do. Maybe Mahayashi has something waiting for me in the sideboard. Well, the relics were main, so yeah, it doesn't seem like. Red Hayashi. No need for exit, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Not sure if Hayashi still plays Lavadar, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's playing Lavadar in his deck right now. I could have the Rexage for Moon, but I can play through Moon, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong. Too heavy. The one lander, but I'm gonna draw lands, I promise. You don't like Shadowspear in this deck? I only have two Urza Sagas, I don't run cards like that. Almost no chance, I think, to bring Pirate versus Blue-Green, question mark. Well, no chance, yeah. Zero chance. Yeah, it is all like bad cards. This way, the Barret Spellbomb enter there. Nice mana base, thanks. Have people really never seen M. Hayashi before? Well, I mean, M. Hayashis are quite different from each other. -1 damage. But actually, it would be better to not return. Now I'm gonna get mooned with the Forest Destroy, that's gonna be just outrageous. Nah, just a Bosch. A Bosch Tapland. Thank for the resub, Shaman00. Cancel has become too lenient with cat sacrifices. No, it was that I didn't want to, because I could have got an extra close the way I did it. Let the opponent do last turn for 4 mana, play Tapland and put Obosh into his hand. Yeah, this is what happens when a Magic Pro who shields you runs into a real based MTGO grinder. Well said. Syrian Dex is really bad, I guess, between Stomp and the other thing. We want to get the cats, we're going to get the cats. rather than counter the Giante. Which weapon brings this? Yeah, Moon. Sure. So playing Pillage to punish my PW Sprawl Lens. Nice. By nice one would mean not very nice, but this score or less. Would be nice to try one of my 2 forests though. No, you can't just Blood Moon my mono green deck, it's not fair. I had a pro red creature. Yeah, that's what that's essentially what I was saying. No, you can't just do X, Y, Z. I take 16 to 3, that's okay. Gonna hope for a good company. MC Hammer. Tank. You don't have a ball, you would have just cast it. Oh. You can play a second Cauldron Familiar. You can just block. Seems like that's the case. Why not play the first Cauldron Familiar? Which one do you consider the first? Is this the second Familiar or the first Familiar, this one? The one in your graveyard. Well, I still have access to it, right? I mean, I still will. I'll sack the squirrel now. Guess I'll be dead to a familiar. Yeah, I'm dead to a fury. Yeah. So that's whatever. 1/1, kill 4, block 2, yeah, then dead. I don't think there was a difference between doing it the other way around, right? I'm dead to things in general. Dead to Hammer of Bogardan to -1. I'm gonna bother with the Cerulean Drake because it doesn't actually seem good. I'll just have the Arbor Elves. I guess maybe we should have the Rex Sages over the Greasts. Then it seems super important to kill anything that my opponent plays. What is the opponent playing? I wonder too. I would say like classic game Hayashi deck, which is going places. Why not Force of Vigor? It can play through Moon. It seemed to me like it can play through Moon easily, somewhat easily, to an extent, obviously. This hand would really appreciate a Giganta. I should name green. Don't we meet the requirements for Giganta? We do, but I just didn't put it in the deck. I play a tracker and make 3 clues. I don't play Giganta because I forgot to put Giganta. Try to put Lurrus in your deck today? Well, that's probably a bit more impactful. Pretty close from a single track arena. But you get Excel my fetch trade offer. Oh. I want to play the Utopia Sprawl number 2 because I could save it for a different color. Play the Manufactor with the fetch land. Spas. Well, there is no downside in cracking the clue. But I'll be waiting anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Well, the upside is I'm representing an instant, but it's meaningless, kinda, but... Yeah, I could drag out Goose, but I wouldn't play it though, so... Because I wouldn't crack the fetch with my opponent having mana up to let this get bolted. I'll be playing around that. Oh, Rex Sage, you can kill it. I mean, it's not like... Well, the moon actually kinda doesn't affect me, so I'll save it now. First is because it's more important to get the random order of casting out. We can try Goose now, I guess. But I wanted to get to triplicate my tokens first. And we can just like slowly produce Value. Should have played Charlie before Tracker. No, because I wanted to make triple objects through a shock, which otherwise I wouldn't, you know, necessarily been able to. So, like, I had a reason what I did. That's what I'm saying. Yes, first this, then this. Abuli, Abudai, Abudi, Abudai, Abudi, Abudai, Abudi, Dabudai, Dabudi, Budadai. Keeping this sprawl in hand in case of pillage. Been playing Cheddar before playing Tracker. Once you play the Tracker, it's a lost cause. I don't think I had enough mana, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I was playing my 6th land. So, you know, I need to play the land for the Tracker to trigger. Unless I'm mistaken and that was not true, then you're right. Thank you for the sub. Arcs. Midge. We have an infinite already. I think I might. No, I don't, right? Because I need Lonnies. Yeah, because this is an actually produce a token when it comes back. I just kill it for no reason. It's fair. There's no value gained from killing my own cat, but I just did it, so it's okay. Thank you for the subs, guys. Guys. just fucking kill my guy, like whatever. Hashtag pro gamer move. Ah, sure. They play the Arboreal. And you can discard 2 old lands. Wow, that's kind of a heavy flood. Oh, boss, sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Abudi, Abudai, Abudi, da Budai, da Budi, da Budai, di Buda, Bidudai. Time to break the game. Uh, uh, uh. Any reason to combo off right now and risk the game breaking? I only have one manufacturer, so it shouldn't break. Yeah, there's no way it's gonna break, right? There's no way it's gonna break, right? Clock is a reason? What direction though? What do you think? Can make less squares if we stack the effects correctly. Attention, attention. What does the slave say? Ah, ah. Maybe there could be a nice option for an Ascent card for this deck. I don't believe there is any that are good. Suction. All right. Nice mono red control deck. If by nice we mean lame. Haha. Got you good. Cam Elixir of the Gods. Requested by Durset 4. Very interesting. Lol. There wasn't even another game. Yeah. Well, there was another game out of timed out. I'd have to take a break after that. Why? I have yet to involve Mayashu in a game that didn't involve Blood Moon Cheese. I mean, that is what his deck is kind of built to do. Let's keep. Whoa. What about the extra turn artifact? You can easy sack 5 as a combo later when you can just value plan if you're in trouble. It's a company deck, like I'm not gonna play random cards. Oh, John Rion. Why is the Chinaman on the song screaming? It's because I believe Saction is being applied. Yeah, it's probably not been Saction. I don't know why. Skyclave apparition, sure. We're gonna take goose. Fair. Tracker works well with Monadorks and fetches. I just realized. Whoa, another moon cheeser. That is probably 1 in 80 to tutor or something. Okay, good. Lol. It's named Black because we have the Shatterfang. Can kill the Magus. Can kill the Bob though. Seems better. My mom asks me what I'm watching, I can't explain to her. I'm watching a Magic the Gathering stream for gameplay. As you have seen and heard. Yes, once again my sideboard seems to be not very good. As in, it doesn't seem like I'm interested in sideboarding, but also maybe that's okay. Like, why would that be a problem? Oh, it's Kurusu. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. It actually is Kurusu. Also, check out the sponsor of this stream, chat. Huel, a fully nutritional meal that you can just mix with water. It's ready to drink. Doesn't take time to prepare. Serves you all the requisite nutrients, allegedly. And comes in numerous flavors. Keeperoni. Can you mix Huel with ... cam? I'll choose to abstain from answering this question. Awkward naming. I'll choose black to just have access to all colors like that. Probably -2 damage on the next turn. And I think I will play the Shatterfang anyways. Okay, I guess I'll just not. Just one. They have one card left though. I'm playing 2 Urza Sagas in this deck with the intention of just using them as utility lands. Nothing else, nothing more. But it's possible that they actually would be better as canopies. I literally only have 2 artifacts in the deck to grab with the saga, 2 copies of the Witch's Oven. It also lets me play more ovens without actually playing more ovens because they're kinda bad. Lonis doesn't sound like a fantasy name, it's more like an owned name. Okay. I'll tell you what's the name of my aunt. And I'll tell you if it's in the same league as Lonis. There's one named Dorota. Does that sound similar? Does Nintendo Switch cost $70? I think it costs more. I'll cast the company immediately because I have Grease in my deck. And here I get punished. Does have legendaries. I think Nintendo Switch costs much more than that many. It does cost less than I first think though. Oh wow, taking the Squirrel King. Instead of the powerful card. Don't think I want to be cracking the treasures unnecessarily, so I'll just make the construct, which is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So after your shitty comment, I like Urza Sega, but I prefer my Nintendo Switch. Oh. By the way, the joke was there, it was Urza Sega. That's actually very clever. Urza Sega versus Nintendo Switch, funny, funny. But yeah, I didn't answer the question as to whether I don't like Shadowspear in this deck. Well, the answer is I do not, because I do not like random cards in my non-random decks. Switch OLED is a scam if you already have one. Sure. I haven't checked out much about the OLED one, don't get this. Since I already have a Switch. I'm going to kill their Birds of Paradise to limit mana. Do I think Trail is a scam in Modern? Yeah. You need to play like full-on food cards. Maybe in green black Asmorano, but not anywhere else. No. Guess we only waste one treasure by sacking a clue now, and you can, I don't know, maybe even play land, play goose, sure. How do you like Grease? I think it's pretty okay. Like, it's pretty okay way to have some removal in the main deck. Only have two, so not that much removal, but lets me kill some things if I really need to. The Sagaraga I'm gonna get yeeted from Modern, not using the B word for safety. You think you are outsmarting me? You think you can follow the letter of the law? And then you can escape the soul? Or the soul, what's the other word? The intent? You can't do that here, it's, you know. It's not about that, it's not about... The Bantok rule is to prevent Bantok, not to just be a vague rule that does something in theory but not in practice. Oh, Tearless Tracker. With Prismatic Ending, kills a construct. Maybe I should have killed the Skyclaw Apparition instead of the Bob. I didn't really pay attention to the genre being summoned. I might want to play something different, so just draw the clue. Or will be good here, kinda. No, you're not gonna change the command. It's perfectly obvious for those who want to understand it. Cancer wins the match, how curious. We're actually 3-0 with game objects, but I did play against weirdos a little bit, so... Canester, what is your favorite Ahegao comic? I don't understand how to... I don't know how to respond to this. What's in a Heigo comic? Just like hentai? I don't know. Zero real decks, yep. Yeah. Well, we played against Red Black first round. So the perfect trio of people who play weird stuff. Musasabi, Hayashi, and Kurusu lol. Yeah. I mean, Musasabi played Red Blacks. Normal deck, right? Perfectly normal deck. How did you decide on the number of cards in Oven? I went with my gut feeling. I have two Ovens because I have Urza Sagas that can fetch them. And I also need cut Cauldron Familiar as a part of the Infinite combo, while I don't need Oven as a part of that combo, and cut is a company hit, synergizes a bit more with Lonis, etc. But I also pondered cutting down to 2 cats, so yeah, that's also an option. Third song in a row that is an actual song, not about cowboys. What the hell is wrong with chat? Very funny. Kaneki, what is your favorite anime? Bible Black. Because I have grief, I'm just gonna do it sorcery speed. The logic would have more sagas with only one oven. Well, they get worse. As you do that, it gets worse. Because then you have to draw multiple sagas and only the first one fetches, right? Chat, do you think you can dodge a Goblin Gun 5 times in a row? Goblin Gone? What? In Grief for mana, what are you missing? Grief? I think you're missing that we never talked about Grief. Massive Stake had some strengths. Verdict looked insane in the meta. You said Grief, but you meant Greased. Okay. Did I say anything about Greece recently? I didn't mean to. Oh yeah, sure. I meant Greece then. Misspoke. Nice draw step, I agree. So sack the food. Play monster. And perform actions. Boom, boom. Upon 6 seems fun, does it? All this doesn't even crack everything. Also notice how this is unblockable because I have a Yavimaya play. 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. Billy Harrington is fucking coming. Ooh. GG's. Even though they have Chalice, right? They we play the card and then it goes to my graveyard and then it returns. Have we unlocked the Untap Urza Saga achievement yet? No, that hasn't happened yet. I forgot that you can do that, but that's actually very funny. If you have Maya and Urza Sagas and an Arbor Elf, you can make 2 constructs in a turn. Let's make less squirrels to not crash the client. Alright. Ooh. Yes, Eldrazi Tron. Do we stain the mine Karns? Grease kills creatures, but that seems honestly pretty bad. Wait, was that infinite clues? It was infinite most things. Chatterfang, Lonis, Manufactor, Cat is going to lead to a situation where you return the cat, make a investigate, so you make all 3. You make 3 squirrels. You sack the treasure and the squirrel, targeting the Cauldron Familiar. So you're up +2 squirrels, +1 drain, +1 clue each iteration. They have Torpor Orb out of card. I'm not sure. No, Stain the Mind is probably too bad. I can just attack card and I can have Disenchants. 62 cards, almost registered. Not sure. Maybe I'm gonna be. Maybe it's gonna be hard killing Karn. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, keep. No dork pad. My favorite game object streamer. Hello. Is fucking coming. Play the cabin on turn 1. I mean, I'm kinda likely to draw a land at some point, so maybe I'm spewing. I'm not playing the cat to attack. Some Twitchers are still missing. Allegedly there's 407 viewers right now, but how the Vintage Showcase went in the end. I thought it was just cruising after beating your archenemy Fnoop. No, I got a buy, I beaten Fnoop, and then I dropped that 3-3. Has your viewer slash sub count been improving? In the past 2 months since MH2 release. I guess less than 2 months. Since MH2 release, there is a upward tendency, yeah. I have 6 mana for Eldrazi's. Do you guys remember Phoenix? Who? Which deck would you choose if there was a modern Grand Prix tomorrow? I don't know, I didn't play for 4 days, so I would be I would feel like I'm at a super disadvantage. I would choose some. Hammer or Morptide? Yeah, I probably would play one of those. They have all his dust and then play for 4 days, all meta knowledge gone. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that. What is a Grand Prix? I only know Magic Fest, well said. Not Eldrazi Kappa. No, not Eldrazi. Not Pepija Grixis Pile. Some swear by it, but it's so bad. We've got to look at the decklist from the last weekend, because I think that's what I would like to do. Look at some decklists. You're gonna grab something stupid like Ensnaring Brigade. Elementals moved up to second in the last 7 days. Second of what? Ratchet Bomb. The Bomb. I want the Goose. Or the Tracker. The Goose might be better. Looks like the Goose is better. Is it? So let's think about it. They can crack the bomb to make me not have any tokens, and then I'll just gonna play Chatterfang and win. Big Tracker, you have 1-2. Yeah, I can even crack the clues. Tracker is a big monster, actually. Can even crack the clues for the thing. So how can they interfere with the Ratchet Bomb? I don't think they can meaningfully anyways. The Tracker is a fun guy. Partying, yeah, partying, yeah, fun. I probably shouldn't have done that. Here's they have this. Forgot that I have limited mana. We had the win. I think so too, but I just play this reflexively because objects, but then this blocks me on mana. If we kill Khan, we lose Salonis. Activate the zeros. So bad. So have a lens. Okay, so I played my second monster and now I'm thinking what to do, which is obviously Pepija. Yeah, you can. It costs you no money and it supports me. Can look for Smasher with Lonzo, Sack, and not Karn. Lonzo. Yeah, I could have looked for that. Might have been better to look than attack first. Which probably it was. Neil Eldrazi's. I'll get a Eugene. Wait, it's permanent. Sure. I'll take a Eugene. What a guy, what a guy. One man manufacturer, except I already played it. Alright, chat, let's go. Scam train. I don't know, welcome me back as I returned from my many days being away. It's your first time seeing a Reality Smasher Champ blog? Nah, it's a daily occurrence TBH. I'll keep the cauldron familiar in hand. Doesn't matter to play it. It can be useful in hand a bit more actually. You ara, you ara, you ara, you ara, you ara. Thank you for the things, chat. Loved you so. What is the Huel Shake? I'm not currently drinking it, but I will as I will be filling my quota for today's stream. I really don't understand why someone would play 5 mana 5/5 in the same deck as 3 mana 9 and fetches a free artifact. I mean, Urza's Saga is not a 9/9 in the Eldrazi Tron deck. I play Smasher because it has the Eldrazi type and they play Eldrazi Temples. Because that's Eldrazi type. You tried playing a similar lesson paper and it was exhaustingly annoying, fair. Ow, my shoulder. Yeah, like, it's not a 5 mana 5/5, they wait for it to blast that make 2 mana. 7777. I'll destroy my cat. Why? I don't know. I just did though. Yeah, so synthetic Balua because it returns stronger with many more objects. In response, I'll crack the Ratchet bomb, sure. You are Thank you, chat, for scam training. Always nice. Dear Mr. Streamer, your stream title says finally some good content, and I was wondering if you have a schedule today so we know when the good content will start. I don't. I thought you're going to like I thought you're gonna like game objects. And I mean, even 4-0. No real decks. Played against no real decks, but you know. Side prediction. Game objects. Trophy? Question mark. Yes. No. 2 minutes. Star prediction. Error killing prediction. Come on, you already got it there. 5 ball, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, that's the way to do the same thing. 0-4 is much better content than 4-0. Yet somehow more people watch when I'm winning than when I'm losing. There are no real decks, true. Yeah, that's true. There's no real decks. Because like what I'm playing against is what I like. I only perceive my opponent's plays through Magic Online, where I stay like, you know, the light travels from my monitor to my eyes, and then my brain interprets those rays of light as an image that then it further deciphers as a game state, translating many languages into different languages here. So it's all in my head, yeah. Lurus of the Dream Den. Hello, Lurus of the Dream Den. I played this Pokemon game as a kid, and now years later I realized that Xenia influenced my preferences in girls I have today, Pepega. Okay. The kid? Wait. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire? Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. This is like 2015. Yeah, 2014. Insane. Zoomers. Gonna kill my alpha? Come at me, bro. Oh. You will. Fair. Think you can bolt my goose 1 to 3? Come on, bring in Searing Blaze. I played this Pokemon game as a kid and now, years later, I realized that Charmander influenced my preference in girls I have today. Very interesting. I have Gris in my deck again. No land. Very sad. I played alone on my Pokemon Color Get of my Game Boy. What? I played this Pokemon game as a kid and now, years later, I realized that Professor Oak influenced my preferences and girls I have today. They took one of my trackers? No respect. Sure. Doesn't do much. LOL. LOL. Opponentio. Qu'est-ce que c'est happening? Actually, I guess we're not gonna play a second Manufactor, right? Well, we can play the second Manufactor. Play Forest. Make food. Any better moves? Tireless Tracker? No, just Tireless Tracker doesn't seem better. I need to Chamblock and not get TBR, but I can crack 2 foods if needed. Second Manufactor, make food of and food tracker and land drop. Then I'm forced to do Chamblock with a valuable creature. I mean, Goose is valuable too, but I think I'd prefer it this way because then I can champ with a Goose. I think if I untap, I'll be okay, unless they like gonna TBR me. They're gonna TBR. I mean, I assume so, like from this. They still die to this combo, right? Kinda sad. Maybe she could have. I don't know. I think if I block with one Manufacturer, then like things can go wrong super easily. Unfortunate. Wipe, 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 wipe. Once again, my sideboard sucks. Don't want those, don't care for those. Don't care for Stain the Mind. I could have Explosivas against my opponent's deck, but I'll also blows my Pyramids unless I exactly put it on 2. I'll just resubmit. I said you are a mod that can remove songs in the list. I can remove songs from the list and mods can skip them as they're playing. Hi Mr. Streamer, you took the weekend off and Nassif wins with unplayable Jeska. Coincidence? Or his Jeska is not unplayable. Maybe it's very playable. I think Rest in Peace is pretty good. It's pretty good in control. Like, I tried to build something similar, but with Chalice, so that he like built it this way. I haven't only looked a little bit at it. And I realized that input influenced my preferences in girls I have today. Very interesting. Well done, command. That input influenced my preferences in girls I have today. Good mods. Come on, mods, more energy. Come on. Up, down, up, down. He has no forest, Cyber out forest. So I have Yavimaya in my deck, so I don't need my opponent to play forests. TBH, I wouldn't know how to set the command myself either. Down, up. Come on, more energy. Down, up. I still a chance I should have played. Good draw. I should have played this first. Probably should have, right? Well, but no, this needs to be in play when other things enter. That prismatic ending is being dodged by such a Chatterfang, so there is upside. This stream doesn't do enough aerobics. I think this stream does exactly enough aerobics. Come on, more energy. Energy. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh shucks. Oh shucks, Luke, Scorch of the Sky Cliffs. I'm going to be heavily dead to Devil Strike again. So Can only hope that there is not gonna be any. What's that, explosives on one? Or just dismember? Tap, untap, tap, untap. Come on, more untap. You always have TBR? That's not true. We haven't seen it through the breach yet, so you know, through the breach. Blah, blah, blah. TBR, what's in it? Timur Battle Rage. I haven't seen Timur Battle Rage yet. Yesterday, reason their deck plays Snowlands. If they're playing Ragavan, which they probably are, technically, if Ragavan steals, let's say, an Ice Fang, Coatl, they can have Death Touch on that card instead of not having Death Touch, so it is technically correct to play Snowlands. Yes, they're like downside of the Snowlands is really not existent. How can a Maru deck play Coatl? As I say, through Ragavan. Break the ice. Yeah, I think you're going to meet 7,000 Ice Fangs before you meet first break the ice. When I play decks of Ragavan, I just play the basics I like because I think it's kind of cringe that it is true, and as a form of a protest, I'm not playing that. Damn, and it's also not really gonna happen, so it doesn't really matter. But technically, it's better. Okay, summon Lurus. Tank, 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 nothing. But it's still conform to splitting your fetches for Needle. That is true. Because that is actually relevant and Needle is actually being played. So this a order of magnitude less of a issue. There was a guy at my LGS that was convinced Break the Ice would break Modern and was scared to run Snow Basics. Very interesting. I wish a successful life. E for 0 is rude. It's also not very good. It does take care of the clues, which is painful. And I should have flopped the mana. Okay, it's pretty good for them. Maybe I need to draw cards. Sack him also, very well said. So I want to make this, kill this by sacking 2 foods, but then they have Lurus in hand. I have this only. And I'd lose to Lurus. I can also draw 2 cards. And let this hit me for 8. Can draw a company, but I think it's much harder to win with this in play. And like Lurus, what does Lurus play? Like explosives? It's really hard. We get the first object, so you like get the first select to draw a company. Or a, you know, Shitterfang. I'll play the survival. If you don't kill the Scorch, you die very quickly. Yeah. You don't kill the Scorch, you die in real life. Why did you let Gab win the modern change with Terrible Jeskai? I didn't let him do anything. He's a free individual and he can do as he pleases. Decent draw. You are indeed correct, Luca Bolognese. Soon, like, this alone doesn't actually beat Lurus, but like they go Lurus replace something, replay the Scorch, it's not even all that good. I might need to one of turn sack the Arbor Elf. I wonder if I should play 2 Gingerbread Cabins in this deck. I could also see skipping the Urza Sagas TBH. Not sure how good those are. Okay. X1. If X1, then we will. First game was lost, it was, yeah. And you can sack Shatterfang. Imagine not having Giganta in this situation. Might actually cost me. Free food. Sack the token, yeah. Actually true. -1 food, Kekve. Hey subs, it's me walking away with my $5, don't mind me, okay. They killed their own Dragon Rage's channeler, so that's kinda a lot of dedication to do what they just did. Maybe push too? No, bot. Interesting. Okay, so we've got nothing. Who's gonna top deck better? I have Dorks versus they have discard spells. Cauldron Familiar is kinda hard to beat, isn't it? Thank you for the sub. Gifted sub, Bobsie. We didn't start, nie jesteśmy śmieszki. Oops. That is a creature. Well, now I'm suffering for the lack of food. As the reason you're holding land in hand, he knows about it. I'm playing Tireless Tracker, that's why I'm holding the land. Good draw. Gonna kill Pepelonis. Please don't kill Pepelonis. So being a 1-4, I agree. Just wait. No reason to attack really, like if I untap it's gonna be fine. Play land now, we have clues. I'm not gonna shock it because of Timur Battle Rage though. Which is at 20 right now. So it might happen that they will need it on the next turn, I think. But it's kinda close now. Like you could play the land here. Mean tapped. Yeah, maybe tapped is good. Okay. TBR is not lethal right now though, yeah. Well, not with the way I played, certainly. Come in, you. We have surrounded you, Keniki-kun, okay. Yeah, but if I shocked, then I would have. I guess that wouldn't have changed the thing with their TBR, yeah. Oh no. Hmm. They go to 2. We attack with both. They block Lonnies. They go to 1. So that's not good. Dum 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 da da dum. Is anything to do? Not really, right? Draw clue. Many lands. Am I super straight? I'm kinda normal straight. Dread Arbor, unfortunately I do not know. I had it in a version of this deck once. It's a bit hunched right now actually. I'm a bit hunched most of the time I'm playing. But I assume it was a sexuality-wise type question. Would you kiss read if you had the opportunity? Read Duke or Riley Reid? Or maybe some other Reid? Why didn't you attack with both? Because my opponent would have blocked Lonis and Lonis would have died. What is the benefit in that? I think there is little benefit in that. You attack with both, you don't die to TPR because you can remake the card after first strike damage. Yeah, that's the same right now, right? You didn't block. Well, I guess he could have blocked. Oh, more lands. Very nice. Kurwa, no ja pierdolę. We don't need to fetch right there since we have a treasure. Yeah, but well, who says I want to spend a treasure? It's just a bit sad. Lurus Lifelink, who thought of that? Who thought that's like necessary on the card? But yeah, again, like I just forgot to put a companion in my deck here, and I should have had a companion in my deck. By the way, which would be pretty interesting game. Also play second cabin, and that would be being good at one point. I'm gonna recure various sideboards. No, I'm not gonna be able to build a better sideboard, but I will recure a different sideboard potentially. Why not attack with the free creature here, since he can only block 2? Do we know he has a Bolden Head or something? We know that Lurus has Lifelink, which grants life to my opponent upon dealing damage, which means that they also, you know, get to stay alive. Which is fairly not boggers. Dismember well spent, seems like. Oh, I thought of putting utility lands in my deck. Well, I have a Gingerbread Cabin and 2 Urza Sagas. Also have a Collected Company on the top of my deck. Right, right. Are you going to play the 4 PM Prelm with this? I could. If you'd like me to. TRC from the graveyard, okay. Three, two, one, Kurva Company. Okay. Okay. Any doubters? Did I hear anyone doubting? Meow. It's still only game 2, like we have to win game 3 too. Which, I don't know, we have the Endurances which you could sideboard and the EEs which I could sideboard, but honestly I don't know if the games like go this way. I think I can have Endurances. Side how they land. No Kappa on the draw. Very good idea. EE there, EE on 0. Exactly. Seems hard to EE on 0 for me, so I mostly wanted to EE as well. Are you 4-0 without sideboarding at all? No, I did sideboard a few times. One land, one cat. Could have been better, but we have a good hand. Okay, we're back to burning ticks. Oh, very nice. We're back to bitching in the Twitch chat. This part I missed the most. Will you upload the latest version of this deck to DC? What's DC? Because that might change my answer. DC. DC nuts. District of Columbia? Yeah. I will not upload it to District of Columbia. These snuts. Interesting. Added Prince Harry in position 21 to the queue. That's very interesting how Prince Harry got added in the position 21st to the queue, yet also Prince Harry is known for a 21-inch cock, according to, allegedly, according to Grant. So is it a coincidence? Oh, -1 manufactor. Okay, I'm gonna kill this. No, play this with Shadow, sure. Min discard. Well, this is my stream decker. I should play the manufactor. Most threatening. What's a goblin gone? I don't know. Who's Granin? Why does he know? I think... I don't know. Well, I don't know the answer to either of those, actually. You respect Boggles? I feel lukewarm about Boggles. I wouldn't like say that I respect them as a choice to play in the game of Magic the Gathering currently, really, but I mean, I'm not gonna shame someone for wanting to play a deck they would like to play. As some would say in the chat, nice mana base. If this was a real land, so you could just play the canopies over this, I guess. Maybe even 2 gingerbreads cabins. No TBR, Prage. Well, it wasn't a TBR. I don't know, you seem to be able to cast your spells. Well, for the most part I am, like this. It's kinda awkward in this game, but... Like, I kinda rarely have time to activate the Saga. Choose outcome prediction 5-0, no we don't 5-0. Arbor Elf Utopia Sprawl seems very good. Giganta is gonna be there. Cerulean Drake is not gonna be there. Stain the Mind is fine, I think. It's just a few decks. Probably not gonna play this or this. -2 Drake, -2 Stain the Mind, -2 Saga, Veil sideboard, Needle. What? What's your opinion on Squad Chief? Squad Chief, these nuts. I have an extremely hard time believing Giganta is a superior cyber slot usage the powerful Cerulean Drake. I don't. Maybe one Dryad Arbor. Dryad Arbor is kind of like fake land, but yeah, I think we can. Also not sure if the Oven is actually any good. Or if I should play an extra free drop. Just play the cards raw. Because I don't have the search for it. I cannot search Witch's Oven. I mean, it does make objects for 1 mana, so, well. It does work well with the Quadrant. It's probably worth to play them. Get a War Strider. War Strider is pretty terrible. I met a Dragon Kappa. That is what the guy says in the song, yeah. They want to try the Tails creature. No, it's weaker. You could just cut black without Saga. Well, Chatterfang wants black. And Cauldron Tamlian is needed for the combo. So it's not trivial to cut the cards. I think Greece is okay too. Maybe I would like to play a third Grease too when the matchups where I have one removal, like Death Shadow. Sack the Dorks, kill their thing. Because I really don't want to play Fatal Pushes or similar cards to this. Why not trim Chitterfang and play a few cards? I don't think Cord is a very powerful card. It's fairly expensive for the effects, which is kinda... I played with cards, like, I would just draw the cards, right? Humans win next Wednesday. How about Ether Vial in the second set of Collected Company? Collected Company is probably the best card in this deck, so I don't think it's a good suggestion. Why no Asmo? It's not trivial to put Asmo Random Mardikada Istina Kuldakar into any deck and just like shrug and have it in the deck. I agree, Asmo Mahon Factor is good stuff, but it just wasn't possible for me to build a deck that would support that. I have no idea what I would really want in the sideboard. You can go to Goldfish and you can go Academy Manufactor. Search. Couple of well seems these against discard / cansters. One result. Well, let's go last 3 months. Search. You have Loins Manufacturer, don't you want to win for a drain with a cat and a War Strider? Well, if I have Loins Manufacturer, I win, yes. And like Chatterfang is way better than War Strider. "23 lands, 24 creatures company." Scavenging Ooze? The Scavenging Ooze is actually very potent. Revoker. But you can't cast a squirrel from the grave. Yeah, that's true, but like, well, you know, it doesn't suck. Damping Sphere. Border Lurus for grindy games. Lurus replace nothing of importance though. Upheaval. Nice. Two oval chases, Keenan. One familiar in the sideboard for grindy matchups. What about the monster that you produce not just one but two treasure and set? Would you play it if it wasn't red? I don't know. Probably not. It's, you know, dependent on everything else. Wow. Card Seller Weekly Modern. No, that's a scam tournament. Emrakul Ulamok select next to Fade Memnarch. Sure. And I'm out there looking at... This is random cards. This is... Oh, they deck. Hi Kanye, I'm a John player right now, but I want to pass in that Amulet Titan. Do you think it's position the Amulet deck is it more playable than Jund? It is more playable than Jund. I don't think it's the best positioned. Is there a creature removal, like a creature that kills creatures in green, black, blue on ETB? Like a Shriek mod that you can collect a company into? Something like a apparition would be in white, or like, I guess, Greased. Probably nothing is better than Greased in such a role. Few Thoughtseize, yeah, that's something one could play. It's sad that Grease doesn't trigger Lonis though. It is very sad, I agree. White? It's just 5 color. Okay, it's 1 free. No shit. I can play more Chalice for the Cascades. Wow, Chalice actually cock blocks Giganta. Against Cascade decks, Giganta is not gonna matter. To push. Yeah, I mean, guys, probably playing the few pushes is fine. Let's look at the results from a challenge. '17th, that's Saturday. A nice selection of archetypes. Urge won by Rhinos. Texture manufacturer that didn't go 1 free. But this one is 5-0. This one is 5-0. This one is 5-0. This one is 5-0. 5-3, sorry. 5-0. 5-0. 5-0. 1-3. Just like the memers decks when shit like, you know. Don't play manufacturer on those results, as it's clearly other things at play. Two fairy. Second place. Yu RR. 4 counter spell, 2 Archmage's Charm, 1 Spell Pierce, and yet you've got folks who come over to the modern format and they say counter magic is so bad I'm gonna play 0 in my Jeskai control deck. 1 main deck explosives, only 3 bubbles. 3 bubbles. Kinda cringe. 2 Serum Visions. Who needs Delirium? I'll hit it eventually, right? Right. E-main deck, yeah, it's not very outrageous. I think it's pretty okay. Mardu Sewer. Segas, how many removal spells in this deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 15 removal spells. 7 discards. 2 Ragavan only. 15 removals. Speaking of removal, if you would like to remove junk food from your diet, Huel claims to be a healthy alternative to things like that, where you can easily prepare it with not spending much time, etc. What is this concept called junk food? It's McDonald's. So you're saying Huel helps to remove kebab? I didn't say that. The other thing that I did with this deck earlier was I had 4 Magus and a Stomping Ground the sideboard, and then that took care of sideboard slots being stupid. GF Loveswell, particularly for the convenience when you don't have time to cook a meal, exclamation mark. Very well said. Maybe your GF is also gonna love it, chat. Or not. Only 2 Ragavans? Good deck. It is legendary after all. So this player, Commandos 900, fought. Ha! Once, while playing Magic the Gathering, I learned a lesson about diminishing returns of legendary creatures. No, you won't catch me make the same mistake again. Kroxa is also legendary, lol. Yes, but less redundant. Just extra copies are not dead, just weaker. I think it's more likely they could only afford 2 monkey. Keg W. That's also an explanation. Black, red. Artifactless artifacts. 2 Croxa, 4 Avagan, 4 DRC. I don't get the DRC in this segment. Maybe it's so good that Void Mirror instead of Chalice will let you keep your Companion. It also costs 2 mana instead of 0, so I prefer the Chalice, because the Companion is at its lowest against the decks. It's as low as against everything? No, not really. Well, there is matchups where it's more useful, and there is matchups where it's less useful. Against Thoughtseize decks is gonna be much better than this against Cascade decks. Zastanawiam się, czy Cookbook nie pasowałoby do Dredge, co sądzisz? No to jest tak, że discardujesz karty, ale nic z tego nie dostajesz, więc raczej nie jest to bardziej atrakcyjna opcja niż jakakolwiek inna, nie? Jak zagrasz Reunion, no to discardujesz i jeszcze dobierasz, więc od razu się jakaś akcja dzieje, jakieś ruchy. Jak zagrasz Lightning Axe, to zabijasz potwora oprócz discardowania. Jak zagrasz Shriekhorn, to też możesz zmilować więcej, więc chyba nie. Spider Space just put all the Basset cards in one deck. That was his goal. Fair. Well, you did top 8. Well, if you play the Silver Smoke Ghost, then obviously the foods do have slightly more value, but I think it's still unlikely to be the best option. Yeah, like it just seems sinky in this deck, but like the idea of just play everything kind of okay. $1,174. 1,300? What the heck? Why is it so expensive? What's so expensive? Ragavan 600 tickets? Oh ja pierdolę. Murktide Region 130 tickets, okay. Mishra's Bauble 3 times 80 tickets. Uncommon, by the way. Fiery Islet 30 free tickets, okay. Polluted Delta 12 tickets each. Scaling Turn 12 tickets each. Spiral of Canals 12 tickets each. 13, 12. 2 Engine Explosives 20 tickets each. Chalice of the Void 30 tickets? Boss of Negotiation 85 tickets? Dios mio, Pepeloni, Paluni. What is all of this? Most played cards, Lightning Bolt, Mishra's Bubble, Dragon Rage's Channeler, Ragavan, Unholy Charismatic Ending, Bolt, Bubble, MH2, 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 MH2. One's banned card. Not MH2, but new. MH1. Answer to MH2. Canister is a pay to win player confirmed. I always prefer to say that Magic is not pay to win, but rather pay to participate. Alpine wins the 10th most played card, WTF. Because of the Aspiring Spike school of playing for I think let's go. It is more moonstones, I guess. Spells. Alpine Moon more popular than Blood Moon in the top 8. It's pay to pay. Yeah. Opinion about MH2. There are few powerful cards, mostly mythics, but overall I feel that the designers were too scared to accidentally break modern, so they didn't give anything really good for unfair decks. As a result, we ended up with an underpowered set. But they didn't give much to, yeah, unfair decks. They only print and print grindy shit. But we established that already. Helio, just ignoring the existence of Prelate. Maybe Prelate is just bad and I'm not willing to let it go, but I think that Prelate is pretty cool. Wow. The person topated with this. You wanna play this? Well, good riddance. I won one booster Saturday on a paper tournament. Open full Ragavan. KKK. Wow. Must have been a thrill. Black Red. Shinka, Shito. Play lands. I did play 21 in my deck. 9 lands. The 9 lands deck is. I don't have words for it. That's how bad it is. Only two Steel Shapers. Interesting. Black Red. Blue Black Doomwake. Now this man is sticking to his trademark deck. Can't let it go because otherwise that would mean that, you know, it's actually not all that good. So therefore it is easier to say that it's everyone else who doesn't get this, which might be the case. 6-1 no top 8. It does cut off the last round in Goldfish. So the win was actually 6-2. I don't know why it does that, but it does so consistently. I think in tournaments that have. Until a certain amount of rounds it counts them just fine, but at some point it just stops. So I think that lens is bad, just confirming. It looks super bad to me. You don't like the blue-black Asmo? I don't have a strong opinion, but it seemed like it flopped pretty hard. Lurus, Genius Smith, 2 Steel Shapers gift only. Velolacus. Being on Black White Grief Blade, not the Reanimator deck. It didn't seem particularly enticing to me, but I'm also naturally biased against everything mid-range. Thank you for the rate, Prince. Alter was only good because of Hogak. Very true. Please give my sub money to your cat. I will try to move that exact monies towards their cat food money pool. Three souls, card to storm, sprite dragon, free storming entirety, interesting. Another Velomachus. Hard evidence, nice. Storming entirety, what month is this? I think Storming entirety is a fine monster to play. Less fine than it used to though. Vurpa Valumpa. Another free Violent Outburst, one Ardent Plea. Weird. Colores. Nothing super interesting. How interesting can an Eldrazi list be? Oko. Co tak miałczysz? Blue red, force of negation, Delver, free force to counterspell. Very weird. Interesting spin. But also playing Delver, which is kinda cringe. No interest in Ragavan, just that. Vurk by Yama Killer. 2 Velomachus Lorehold.
Zapraszam, czwarte piętro.
Ooh, Sodek. That's Living End. 4 grief. 4 8 11 15 black. Free subtleties in the sideboard. Do I have time for a React Andy? I do, but first I'm going to take a quick break and I will later on after that break, so request it and I will watch it as I come back. Play Bard class, you get it to level 3, then you play your deck and win. Very nice combo. Let's join the Prelem with Game Objects Arbor Elf. Let's watch what Christoph_Prince has sent me. Why the Big Bang definitely happens, space time. 12 minutes, we have 9 minutes, so we're gonna watch at 1.25. Any big bangers in the chat? The Big Bang was said by Grant McDonald in a way. My worst case, you're gonna watch it over 2 times. Tasty meal. Irrefutable. Good. Okay, I'll pause that. You all ever have a wave of existential dread wash over you when you think about no longer existing? No, just me. Okay. No, I do too. Every day. This looks like a beehive, a bunch of bees. Tiny fraction of a second. For sure look like that. The failure of these theories is that it cannot ever tell you what there was before the Big Bang. I wouldn't say it's a failure of those theories as much of a feature. If physically no information could have traveled, then that's just how, you know, if the theory would be accurate, then that just would be how the things would be, which is a bit sad and maybe scary, but I wouldn't call it a failure. Space used to be orange. Interesting. It is impossible to imagine a nothingness, ergo, before the Big Bang, in saying it appeared out of nowhere. It's also nonsensical. Well, that's... then I think a better way to put it would be to say that it's a failure of a human mind, of a human ability to perceive, rather than necessarily the theories. Thank you for the sub. In physical cosmology, Big Bang nucleosynthesis, abbreviated BBN, also known as primordial nucleosynthesis, refers to the production of nuclei other than those of the lighter isotope of hydrogen, hydrogen 1, 1H, having a single proton as a nucleus. During the early phases of the universe, primordial nucleosynthesis is believed by most cosmologists to have taken place from 10 seconds to 20 minutes after the Big Bang. It is calculated to be responsible for the formation of most of the universe's helium as the isotope helium-4 E, along with small amounts of the hydrogen isotope. It's kind of hard to read because it does fade. Essentially, all of the elements that are heavier than lithium and beryllium were created much later by stellar nucleosynthesis in evolving and exploding stars. Alright, queuing the other reactandi for between the next round. I have a problem to play, so I'm going to not watch the rest of the video, but it's very interesting and provided me with some slight emotional dread, so excuse me, existential dread, so good stuff. Do I gain a slightly better understanding of the universe? Maybe. Hard to really say, but it is enjoyable to watch things like that. Yes, I'm going to upload the new deck. Next time some stuff about the last star. What do you mean by the last star? Last star, John Star. Well, at some point in the future all stars will run out of fuel. Okay, sure. Any heat deathers in the chat? Well, there aren't more stars created in the meantime. It is theorized that supposedly the universe will reach its end at some point in time, eventually. And from what I know, one of the leading theories of how that would happen is the theory of heat death of the universe, which means that at some point, given that the universe is ever expanding, the space is ever expanding, right? at some point every molecule in the no, I don't think the word is molecule, but every particle, yeah, every particle in the universe would be so far away from any other particle that they would reach the temperature of 0 Kelvin, and then they would never be able to interact or transfer energy with any other particle ever again. And that would be the absolute, irreversible heat death of the universe. Where nothing could happen past that, because there can be no, well, as I said, no interaction, no energy transferred. The only thing left will be magic online. There will be no magic online. Can someone explain why the video set 10 to minus 32? Before the boundary was a blank time. That's a very good question. I don't know. Do you think Ragavan traders will have Ragavans by then? They won't. I thought I was late for the match, but then my opponent is not doing anything. I see our opponent is very punctual. Yeah. Can make a prediction. Will my opponent come start playing before the heat death of the universe? We can only use 45 signs. So I had to cut down the question. TBH lore-wise, Matter Shaper can survive in a universe without stars. How is that the case? Police coming for the opponent, it was an ambulance chat. How is it that, like, you know, 368 bright men and or women, 3600 bright persons, and you can't tell an ambulance from a police signal? Really? Don't Eldrazi's live in the nothingness between planes? There you go. Good point. It sounds the same to me. It probably varies country by country too. I'm not sure. Nobody used Emilek Phoenix in Modern. This is so sad. I'm trying to go to Aspiring Spike's stream and pester him. Come on, how we only have 7 billion years. There's 7 billion? I think it's more. The universe is... How old is the universe? 13, 14 billion? I mean that the universe is halfway there. Past the halfway, that'll be kinda... When will heat death of universe happen? $10 to 100 years, so that's... yeah, more time than that. What do you think of Demilich? Mostly I don't. I'm not super attracted to the guy. I think it's kind of fine, but I haven't put time into it. If protons decay, but do protons decay? Who predicted the heat death of universe? Lord Kelvin. Thank you, Lord Kelvin. Will the heat death happen? Will only occur the universe will last for an infinite amount of time. Yeah, there will be no big crunch. I don't know what's a big crunch. It will occur because according to the second law of thermodynamics, the amount of entropy in a system must always increase. Fuck Lord Kelvin, yeah. Why can't we just give the universe a big blanket? Very good question. What did you do before a professional Magic career? I played games, and I was a NEET. Big crunch sounds like a scam. One time that when I was watching a popular science YouTube video, I don't remember what the name of the theory, but one of the theories of like potential deaths of the universe was that it could be cyclical if like for some reason the matter would get reduced, I'm missing a word. Will like go together to a point of singularity, and then like then we would have a singularity, and then from singularity a universe can start from an infinitely dense point. But I don't know if it's more or less grounded in maths and actual theories compared to the heat death. Do you have a formal education, Kaneki? No. Well, yes, I finished high school. The Big Crunch is a hypothetical scenario for the ultimate fate of the universe, in which the expansion... Oh, fuck you. Right as I started. Oh, El Hamero. Please don't kill us opponent. Okay. Try Darabor now, that's cringe. Why? I can company into it. Which is often. Oh, just a Shadow Spear. Good, I didn't block. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody. I'm close to the conclusion that Emery isn't really all that good. Better soon than sooner. Most overrated card in 2020. A 4 mana. I guess I would like to play 3-drop this turn. By name Witch's Oven. Yeah. It's pretty problematic that they will equip Hammer to a creature next turn. I think I am in a problematic position. In fact, it is a position where I can't win. So probably should have played the Lonelies the last turn. Could also killed this with Grease and we would have probably gotten a turn at least. As Sphinx stands, my opponent took their fat 12 minutes to just chill out. Can't you kill Mem Knight? Yeah, but then I die on board still. Which is medium. I'm gonna cut trackers in some amounts. I think I don't want explosives against the Hamero because my deck is not good at supporting explosives. I'm just going to use my puny few removal spells and I'm going to try to roll with that. No Force of Vigor. Try to support Giganta. Watame concha. Eon 2 is still reasonable. Well, it doesn't kill anything though. Which I would say is a big downside. How did you manage to come to a conclusion you don't want E versus Hammer in that case? Why is that card in your sideboard? I have it there to kill Asmoran Mardikada, which then I can put it on 0. Why Elf over Pillars of Paradise? Elf combines with this. Is Giganta relevant the matchups where you would want Forest? You could still play Forest, yeah. Gigantas would be especially relevant with Forest because you could grab a Giganta and pitch it, but... Keeping this hand is a bit hopeful, I guess, I just realized, but... I'm not one to mulligan. I kill my Utopias Pro? Interesting. Now the Hammer is gonna play fucking removal spell game against my double Utopias Pro, double LD me, and... I mean, it's kinda tricky keep anyways, but just like... Always feels a bit of like a scam when things like this happen. It's fine though, it's fine. Copium. Pretty unfair of opponent to play a real deck, TBH. Be careful. I'm not above banning you. I won't let them draw. No way. Excellent timing. Upon further inspection, I think my hand should have been mulliganed. In the search of something that actually does anything. Had I even drawn lands, then it's not that much action. I was tempted by the premise of having mana. Then I was scammed by LD. Yet was not doing that much. RIP. This flies and this can kill Grease if I play Grease. That means that I'm hopeless. Let's watch React Andy. Ultimately causing the cosmic scale factor to reach 0. What's a scale factor? The relative expansion of the universe is parameterized by a dimensionless scale factor alpha, also known as the cosmic scale factor or sometimes the Robertson-Walker scale factor. This is a key parameter in the Friedmann equations. There was a React Andy, yes. But just get some context there, chat. In the early stages of the Big Bang, most of the energy was in the form of radiation. And that radiation was a dominant influence on the expansion of the universe. Later, with Kool-Aid, from the expansion the roles of matter and radiation changed, and the universe entered a matter-dominated era. I see. Radiation dominant into matter dominant. Einstein just made up the scale factor. It's fake. Damn you, Einstein. Recent results suggest that we already entered an era dominated by dark energy, but examination of the roles of matter and radiation are most important for understanding the early universe. Alright, let's watch the video. Timelapse. Przyszłości, wyprawa na koniec czasu. 4K. What does the future look like? I hope the future contains a 3-1 result in my preliminary. We might never be certain. Keep watching if you would like to find out too. The universe has only just begun. 2018, 20, 21. What has ended? Holocene? What's Holocene? Najmłodsza trwająca współcześnie epoka geologiczna. A, Holocen, no tak. Tak, Holocen. Oh shit. Wait, you returned the video? Was it the same video? Oops. I just wanted to read what was said in the bottom. Because you don't actually see that. Read that there is a little bit of a... Well, let's watch it like this, because then you can see this. Earth's magnetic field flips. 3000. Shoop, 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 shoop. Marvel's jump Earth. Down, up, down, up. Sahara becomes tropical. 20,000. Constellations begin to wander. Voyager 1 passes Nervi star. Wait, is Voyager 1 the one that was already been fired years ago? It needs so much time to get to another star. Very striking. Very striking. Super volcano eruption. New island chains. Apollo footprints fade. No sign of humans anymore. Deadly gamma ray burst. Was that the sun? Wait, stop, stop. I'm going too fast now. I want to read the... Betelgeuse goes supernova. I assume Betelgeuse is a star. Czerwony nadal olbrzym gwiazdozbiorze Oriona. 9. pod względem jasności gwiazda na nocnym niebie. Plus 0,45 magnitudo. Jest odległa od Słońca o około 640 lat świetlnych, jednak odległość jest wyznaczona z dużą niepewnością. All said. I don't know where the gamma ray burst was happening from. Was it from the sun? Antarctica melts. Tools are reprinted. 3005 a lot. Funny. All life dies. We've got plenty of time, chat. Pretty dank, I agree. Just leave the solar system before, lol, okay. Humans will be in another galaxy by then, or they won't. Is there a perfect Johnson quote for every cosmological event? Very, very true. No flashlights, but maybe we will still have flashlights. Funny. Humans are not unlikely to go extinct within 100 years. I'm willing to bet you $700 that they won't. But you've got to pay up front. Cosmic Boneyard. 1000 trillion years, degenerate era. 2000 trillion years, degenerate era. 4000 trillion years, degenerate era. There's plenty of degenerates as of now in my chat. Zombie stars. Very spooky. Over time, gravity ejects dead stars and planets from their galaxies, sending them out into the freezing void. By chance, some brown dwarfs collide and form accidental new stars. Colliding neutron stars puncture the darkness with ultra-bright supernovae. Is that plural of supernova? I don't know. I would say supernovas, like a buffoon. Seems like it supposedly created a lot of energy from this collision. If you change the epic music with the Benny Hill theme, it would be far less profound. TBF, I agree. What are those rings? What? What is this supposed to be? It's just some artistic. Dyson sphere. Yeah. Doesn't look like a sphere to me, more like a ring. This is good. The rotational energy of black holes becomes the least reliable source of power for any exotic future civilizations. By this point, distant galaxies and stars are receding so fast that their light has become undetectable. Wait, so that means that from this point in time, any point is beyond the horizon of events from any other point? We're gonna watch the rest after this round. Pretty good content though. Expanding spacetime is gonna reduce the cosmic event horizon from the point of any observer. Yes. No, Gachi unfortunately will still exist. And Prince Harry's still gonna be the way he is. Deep, deep, deep. Wasn't Ramranch banned? In the past, maybe. But now we're in the future. Oh, 12, I thought 21. Imagine being the realtor who has to sell a ranch next door to Ram Ranch. Yeah, imagine. "21 will be terrifying." Yeah, I know. But I thought it was supposed to be. 12 is much more manageable, I assume. One can guess. I dislike the fact that my opponent has consumed my collected company and that he dashed the Ragavan. No, my Chatterfang. They point a bolt at this, we can crack the clues with Lonnies to grow it. This can block Rogue Evans. I decided to play this over the fetch because fetch can get, well, fetch can get black if I need to, but can also fetch the gingerbread house if I want to. Also get something from their deck, potentially. Maybe not, maybe yes. Maybe you can hit a Snapcaster. Seal of Removal. Seal of Removal is just such a scam card, it's so bad. Like whoever put it in this deck was wearing rose tinted glasses or was just building a deck for fun. For example, like the deck I'm playing right now, which is made for, you know, plenty of fun. Bolton Tracker, that just seems wrong. I think I just sack two. We don't have great odds of hitting anything. Ooh. I mean, don't have Delirium, but it's like, you know, nice to investigate. I mean, the game bounces, so this actually is it beneficial, right? To have hit that. Unclear. Tomogachi. I'm just playing games. This one is interesting. We could fetch a Vagron Tomb and kill this. I think I like that. So get this. Well, we don't get to scry. Don't worry. Oops. Chat, do you ever worry? Yes. Maria Takeuchi says, don't worry. So that's a good advice, good piece of advice for those who do worry. Tomogachi. Oops, that is a flyer. What would be truly scary though if I were to just double bolt me. They did spend 2 bolts already though, so it is incredibly unlikely. Terminate, sure. I mean, I'm not in a great spot because they have the monster. But I do have free clues, so I'm up on cards. So I've milled 2 insects so it gets to 4 loyalty so it doesn't die. I don't think I have this amount of insect in my deck. Oh, up on cards, up on cards, up on cards. Actions performed, cards, objects acquired. Now let's not die. Oh, not dead. No death. I think Kamen is the best card in the stack. I assume you mean this as a slight and not as a compliment. Rather, I'm worried that you mean it this way. Just accompanied. But like Sanctuary, yeah. It's pretty good that you get to have a land that does a thing, so. I agree, it's pretty cool. Does help a lot. Anyone actually tried out this whole thing? Well, I did, because they sent me it as a promotional material before, like, you know, sponsoring me. And as a person that's being paid to promote it, I recommend it. As a decent flavor, and it does seem to be possible to consume it and then not eat. So, like, as an alternative to consuming. What are you doing in the gym? I'm being a boss of it. I think Company, I don't know, I would say that, I mean, is Gingerbread Cabin better than Company in this deck? Maybe, because I did hit some, like, poor companies previously. Well, like this. Sometimes you have two Chatterfunks and you can't take full advantage of that because it's legendary, which is actually fairly painful. Anyway, boss of the game object gem. I wish, but I don't know what that would mean, so. I would rather have unsponsored opinions. I assume that's understandable. Understand? Understandable. It is understandable, yeah. Digitize our souls. Half human, half machine. Wow. That's the future. No Lurito for you, friend. Half machine. What percent machine are you, Twitch chat? I frequently feel like I'm a 98% machine, as I am mostly sitting at my computer, which actually doesn't mean I'm part machine. I take what I said back. That was a poor analogy. Let's try Scavenging Ooze over El Arborelos. Let's try the grindy moves. 50-something% machine, interesting. A bit more than half. Very curious that you choose that amount. I think Scavenging Ooze has potential to be quite meaningful against my opponent's deck. But whether that is going to be the case, we'll find out during the game. Shut the museum down. You are half pepperoni. That's a ridiculous statement. Hand seems excellent. We have a gingerbread cabin to follow up the manufacture with. Tapped Watery Grave. Brave move. Good thing I brought it down to 2 Quadrant Familiars, so I can draw them immediately in my opening hand. Both. Very good. I mean, at least it's good versus Ravagan. Shut the museum down. Holagan's Commander. What you gonna do? Make me discard? Actually, will, okay. Oh, -1 Cauldron Familiar then. I'll consume the Mishra's Bubble. Actually, is there a reason to do Sorcerer Speed? Not much, they don't play those spells, but... You know, eager. Paper hands, as they say. Got to click the button while I can click the button immediately. Officials, we have found many artifacts of the Gachi era. Playing around Sudden Shock, well said. Not playing around Snapcaster, well, there is a reason to not do that immediately. There was a reason, seems like. But as they say, I'm known for my exquisite timing. Well, that must mean that we can play the company. Which is good. Actually, won't play the company even. Six objects. Officials have found several artifacts attributed to the Academy manufacturer. Yeah. Academy manufacturer. My father was an object maker from the old country. I believe you fully. There's no reason not to. Why would you lie or manufacture such stories? Duffy Voidwalker, sure. I play Utopia Sprawl. I collectively company. I hit pretty decent cards actually. The game has ended. I am not surprised, as I would have considered in such a spot out of sheer rage too. Boiling from anger, thinking, have I lost to a person who has activated a Scavenging Ooze immediately at sorcery speed against my Snapcaster Mage deck? Yes. That happened. Rampage of the Clans against Hammer and as a potential finisher. No, that card's terrible. I'll play Force of Vigor. This is the time we take a screenshot of a cake tablet and send it to Kane. I mean, you can. Well, it's... You know, I mean... I've beaten Grixis before too. Very easy matchup. Alright, let's continue watching the universe. Time lapse. Oops. Deep House Ibiza, that sounds interesting. Hmm. Proton decay is still unproven, and so this chapter of the future could look very different in light of new discoveries. No, I moved back to 1 times. We're at year 7, 879 trillion years. Which is a lot, but also meaningless, right? For a human, like, doesn't really tell you anything. Black Dwarf's gone. And a lady singing. Oh. The black hole era begins. No planets, no stars, no lingerie. Stellar remnants for life to cling to. Yet even now, time has only just begun to tick. On the scale of a human lifetime, the universe has just emerged from the womb. Cold, dark, and empty. This is how the cosmos will spend most of its life. Chat, we're a embryo. Our universe gives life only a brief moment to shine, a heaven in time, safe from its fiery birth and icy death. Thank you for the sub. It's pretty insane when you think about it that humans can live, can like survive in how much realistically, like 80 degrees Celsius. Like that's the span of temperatures that humans can like reasonably survive, and that's like from -40 to +40, which is probably stretching it. So just like such a tiny specific amounts of temperature that are requisite for the earthly life to exist. Sick. Billionth, 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 billionth. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Sick. Black hole mergers become the main event. Some grow to enormous sizes, possibly trillions of times the mass of our sun. When they merge, they send out powerful gravity waves that resonate throughout the universe. Time is relative though. Very well said. So is it really like 15,000 trillion years when it's really funny to use years like too, right? When like Earth is existing for a very short period of time on the scale of everything, and you know, using one rotation of Earth around the sun as a main measurement of time, pretty actually funky. Is this a good content? You decide. What's czasoprzestrzeń? Is there a word in English that's like a close analog? Czasoprzestrzeń means time space. So I guess time space, yeah, people say time space, right? Time space together is a word in English. Or isn't? Yeah, it is. Space-time in English? Okay. Well, she just said space-time, so checkmate. Nerds. Beautiful story. Banging. No, I think you'd die. More likely. But what do I know? What's this video? Timelapse przyszłości, wyprawa na koniec czasu. We are observing black holes merging. Or rather an artistic interpretation of that. Flashing lights chat, you're gonna hide away if you got the thing that would kill you with flashing lights. Coming together. Hmm. I've got around to play. Very nice fireworks. I choose Gigant as my comrade for this terrifying journey. I'll keep, because I'm a fool and I don't learn from my mistakes. My, you know, token producer being tireless tracker in a one-lander. Excellent idea, one could say. And they would be not really right. An artifact upland and a Mishra's bubble bodes well for me though. Oh, a second Utopia Sprawl. As they say, sprawls come in pairs. They really say that. Cranial plating. Action is coming. Slowly my opponent is wrapping their deadly actions around me. Top deck land, top deck land, top deck land, top deck land, top deck land. Fuck, I did not top deck a land. I did not top deck a land. I did not top deck a land. I mean, at this point I have so much mana though that if I top deck a fetch land, then we're going to explode. Good clickbait, thank you. Good message in the chat. I think that Twitch chat seems to be mostly uninterested in the ending of the universe type videos, because it seems like the viewerships throughout those times are getting smaller. Viewership is more interested in pepperoni. I agree. They are very rebuked, and I would rather have this resolved. It's a mango cheat btw. Yeah? Mango cheat. I crack the treasure and I crack a clue. I will draw something hopefully very good. I see a third manufacture and it's kinda very potent, but I will need to crack the fetch, so I will not profit from it all that much. Well, I guess might fetch immediately. Harry boy is Harry back to you. Chatterfang. Kill that goose. This one produces things. Thank you very much for resubscribing to my channel. That means a decent amount to me. Opponent says I cannot compete with the amount of game objects you have provided me with. I concede the game, to which I say thanks. That's just ridiculous. I love it. I agree. We're playing as some nondescript artifacts deck. I'll trim an elf and a cauldron familiar. I should probably trim Triad Arbor out of the universe too, as that card is not very cash money. Harry boy, Utopia Sprawl is very PogChamp. $100 men. Gachigasm. Memnite, Memnite, Memnite. I pass. Impressive. If by impressive one would mean the opposite of it. Lol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a sizable cranial plating hit. Topland affinity? Yes. Some believe it is very beneficial to play artifact toplands in your artifact aggro deck. Many disagree. -1 life. Had I blocked, my opponent would have re-equipped the plating and killed my monster. Do you still stand by what you said? Wow. I don't think they would do that. I think they could do that. And I would refer them not to do that. Let's have 4 Arbor Elves for maximum speed. I cannot afford to miss a beat. I think Grease is actually not very progressive in a matchup like that, when fastness is attractive and Fatal Push is gonna be nice. Scat Dread Arbor because it's the worst card ever. I once watched a Fate Zero, I think. No, it wasn't Fate Zero. I watched a Fate Stay Night, I think, anime. It had a Night Lady fighting for someone, and I remember that was not very coherent, or at least it seemed to me to be very coherent and didn't make all that much sense. Both of them have the Night Lady, lol. It was Stay Night for sure. Urza Sarge. Hyped for the 2.0 patch in Genshin Streamer. Yes, I'm actually happy to enjoy some content. Every Fate anime has a Night Lady. Why is that the constant? Fate anime Night Lady. The Night Lady is Uvu. Interesting. Let's not hit anything relevant. Those are actually somewhat relevant cards. I definitely want Chatterfang. I guess I want Lonis too. No Manufactor though. Very sad. Yeah. Chatterfang is basically Manufactor. It is not. How they still have the no button for collected company in the same spot as the yes button for everything else is beyond me. I agree. It is. An interesting way to design this. Wait, are we just playing as Blue Black Asmo? I am. Call me surprised. That we actually are. Why is that surprising to me? Well, I've seen the cranial plating, so I just assumed affinity. Some kind of aggro. Well, this was affinity, so I guess it is affinity with this. Have you tried a version, Timur version of Recruiter to get Manufactor? I think Recruiter seems way too weak, I would say. Ay, 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 ay. Chuckless, I'm in danger. Why not a Kinnan to accelerate mana Darkstar treasures for ×2 mana? Also a good mana sink since your deck is all non-humans. Doesn't work with Utopia Sprawl or Arbor Elf. So this doesn't actually accelerate that much, but I think Kinnan is not necessarily unplayable. Asmarana is much less threatening when you don't have the Overchase. Kinnan would be... Oh, I wanted... What? I clicked on the Gingerbread Cabin. Well, I guess I didn't. At least it's not a second Overgun Tomb. I don't know if I should Sorcerer Speed it or not. And kill my Chatterfang, it's fine. With 3 squirrels we could kill Asmorana though. You would need Vial for Recruiter. Yeah. Arbor Elf could do that too. Cabins on the board, I have 2 cabins in the deck right now. Well. Let's try Fetchland. Okay, nice. I'll be passing. Okay, I can really safely kill Asmo now. I don't think his Shadow Spear is going to kill me. Well, yeah, actually it's not gonna kill me, so... Oops, that's a good draw. It's a good start for them. Urza Saga, okay. Cranial Plating, okay, well. Squirrel is an Assassin Pog. It's a warrior. It is an assassin in game effectively, one could say. Fetch line will be appreciated. Manufactor. Second manufactor, yeah, it's good. I kill my opponents. Yeah, no, probably not. Not gonna worry about that just yet. I guess we could die to... a plating plus Shadow Spear, probably. Let's see. Hopefully they won't have plating plus Shadow Spear. That would make things simpler. But if they do... well, they don't have enough... well, they do have enough mana to equip everything. Maybe I should have killed the Thought Monitor to deny them a mana because they only have one card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so it will be 16, 17, 18, 19 power. So I need to block 13. Which I have 9. That's 5, 14, so technically it would survive the manufacture on the battlefield, but that would be kinda not very pog. Let's keep the treasure. Treasure's more valuable. Okay, just draw a Mistvault Bridge. Now I need to draw a land. Could sacrifice one of the trackers, maybe. Is that good to have more of tokens? Because then we're safe from this. For the Shadow Spear on the next turn. Poinexor. Got 10. Can draw. Can draw another manufactor. which we can sack a... Let's keep as many squirrels as I can. Wait, I don't have enough treasures now. But we can play the manufacturer still. Play the manufacturer. Manufacturer. Oh shucks, now I don't understand how those really apply. Okay, let's try not to make many more objects because it seems not worth it to play the second Shatterfang for the triggers. 6, 9, 10. Let's just pass, let's be safe. Skill in one combat on the next turn, and this turn we're going to just shoot the constructs with Chatterfangs. Eight. Killing it immediately to, I don't know, make it simpler. Trash, 7, 8. I hope it's 8. 1, 2, 3. I hope it's 8. I clicked 8 times. Okay, dead. Now you get a construct which I accept. And you get to search for... Oh, maybe a Pithing Needle on Chatterfang actually. No, Shadow Spear, but kinda late. Cycle 2. Awesome. I will tear that 3-1 score from my opponent's thing. I promise. Or will I? Fuck. No. 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 No, I wanted to play to make enough tokens. No. I just wanted to have enough tokens to kill the construct. Wait, what? Two non-summoning. That was not a situation that. That's not a situation that has happened. We weren't in this situation. Like, that was not a board state. Or was it? Well, yeah, the construct should have been dead. Yeah, they never had two, like, they didn't have two constructs that were not summoning sick with this. We never had two constructs and we had many more squirrels. What just happened? I almost crashed my PC at McDonald's. Too many squirrels. Enter. Send. It's true. It was too many circus. Yeah, they did have a Street Raven hand at some point. They should have drawn Mistfall Bridge, yeah? I mean, it's fine. Would you not have had many more treasures? I don't know from what timeline are we playing out right now. The second goose is not there. Trzy, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's sacrifice 13 to be sure. Wait, yeah, that's what happened to me most of the time too. A new game was happening, but not this time. I assume Moda's gonna handle this. As I just actually remove the counters, the objects. You're gonna put anything into play, hopefully. I can put a Karina plating in play. Gonna equip the Tireless Tracker. And you have now, we're gonna attack for 30 damages. $31, fair. Fair. GG, indeed. When I was playing with PC at McDonald's, I was wondering about that too, but I didn't want to be rude and, like, you know, snoop around too much, but how they have a PC at McDonald's? They had Black up, they could have moved the equip. They couldn't have done. Harrelson, thank you. I'm glad that you have contributed to my ever-growing wealth. He's using the heat from the computer to fry chips. Should have asked if the milkshake was good. Do you think my opponent was a McDonald's employee or McDonald's consumer? That was not explained. We didn't really know. We didn't really learn that. Thank you for the sub. I used this one. As the black holes slowly die off, the universe continues to expand, driven by mysterious force we don't yet understand. This is the frontier of human knowledge, a frontier ripe for exploration and discovery. Ronald McDonald himself could be. What is space? Space itself. It's like 3/4 of the content of Canister MTG is very interesting. Discovering the true nature of dark energy could change our vision of the future dramatically. It is somehow weakens over time. The universe could collapse under gravity, a big crunch. Given a boost, it could tear the universe apart at the seams, a big rip. You ever let out a big rip, chat? Physicists increasingly suspect that there might be multiple universes beyond our own, each with their own unique laws of physics. Big rip, true. Some would harbor the right conditions for life, others could collapse or be ripped apart. Others still could be far more exotic than anything we could imagine. Classic Modern Challenge 6-2, Big Rip, true. New pieces to this puzzle are out of there somewhere waiting to be found. Some speculate that there might be a way to escape our universe before entropy erases everything. Good luck. Could create simulated virtual universes, or with enough energy, create another one just like our own. And how do you simulate it when there is no source of energy? That seems weird. I like the quote, some physicists said that not only is the universe stranger than you imagine, it's stranger than you can imagine. That is true. As in an obvious way, human perception is limited by the laws of physics and you know how it operates. There's a theory you only need 28 grams of material to create a new universe. Well, but if the heat death of the universe is supposedly working the way I described earlier, then you're not gonna have 28 grams of material. Like, you're not gonna have nothing, right? Progressively smaller simulated universe is my layman's understanding, maybe. Maybe there are ways that I do not understand. I'd leave do it before the heat death of the universe. Well, but it's gonna happen at some point. Because the entropy is going to rise. Well, unless, I don't know, maybe it's not gonna rise if... Like, it seems like, you know, it's like an artistic interpretation, I guess. If there is no way to escape the universe, then entropy will march on, destroying the last remaining supermassive black holes. Yeah. It passed the universe in light one last time. Just escape the new universe. True. Someone did see too much of Interstellar before making this video. I remember watching Interstellar in a cinema and it was fairly interesting until the like last moment of the movie. Some absolute bullshit with law of aliens and something else was put and was like no longer interesting because like suddenly became momentarily became from like trying to show some pseudo scientific somewhat kinda interesting approaches. It showed some magical law. I didn't like that. What would you recommend to play this weekend? Genshin Impact, as there is going to be a new update. We are watching the last black hole evaporate. I go first. And I choose Giganta as my companion. Time becomes meaningless. I'm pretty sure that that's really the case for many Twitch chatters. How do you join the Discord? This way. Everything has its wonders, even darkness and silence, ... And I learn, whatever state I might be in, terrain to be content. Well, you won't be content, because you can't be content when there is no brain. There is no matter to build such a brain. Therefore, checkmate. Can name black with the second Utopia Sprawl. So you're gonna fetch a forest and name blue. I could get a background too, but forest seems okay too. But canister underscore MTG, there is no content, yeah. Canister underscore MTG's channels will too eventually arrive at a certain point, at a moment when there will be a heat death of content and no more content will be ever produced on the channel. It's sad, but also true. We only have a limited amount of time in this game too. Also, Da Vinci said that Da Vinci posted a food list. I don't get the Dragon Raiders channel at all, it's so bad. In your deck, it's so not fitting. Let me refresh the song requests. To try to steal something from their deck, but that seems to be of little use. Why isn't it fitting? Because it doesn't seem to be easy to get Delirium and doesn't seem to be all that ogres. Since we seem to have a critical mass of creatures, could it be worth to try use more fine tutors such as Chords rather than Company, since we're usually looking for specific engine pieces? I think Company is infinitely better than Chord though. Like Chord is so bad in actual gameplay, like try actually playing games with Chord. Some lists were playing both and you know, people do that. I think it's outrageous. We're dying this game. Not close to. To doing anything sensible. I mean, Saga is 2 times Monitor is 2. Maybe it's better than I think. Maybe it fits. Maybe it's good enough as a card to play. Names +2 mace. Sure. Hey, opponent wins. Very interesting. I actually don't have much combo height, I realized. Well, we do have Stain the Mind. Stain the Mind, Stain the Mind. And this on 0 is actually pretty okay. Which card name would tilt you the most? I wouldn't be tilted by any name. I'm not a silly goose. Push for Oracle. I have heard of more effective strategies than what you're suggesting. Yeah, pushing Oracle. It's very little effectiveness. I can try Dragon Rage's Channeler and Food tomorrow. In general. Push stops Value Oracle. It does stop one free blocker Oracle, which can happen. We have a Utopia Sprawl, we have a Company, but we don't have a second land, and we can mulligan and draw Stain the Mind. Okay, we drew Stain the Mind. Hi, smiley face, hello. What's the combo there? My opponent, well, my OX or my opponent's less. Yes. Bułeczko, chodź. Chodź, bułeczko. Nie chcesz przyjść, to nie. Want to keep Stain, want to keep Company. Take assistant free. One, two, three, four. Well, okay, let's put back the company. Assure I turn 3 stain on Oracle, because that we shouldn't be capable of losing. Pushing Oracle. We drew the land, so we didn't need to keep the geese, but if this resolves, then we don't need anything else to win. I think because they will not be able to win, and I will be able to win eventually, unless my belief is mistaken. We'll see next turn. Oh, we get Fossies this turn. No, no, kurwa. Fossies. Well, now I wish I had the company over the Yellow Goose times one, because it's pretty devastating. Buko. Imagine getting defeated by a single Fozzies out of ad nauseum. The window was narrow. Yet, there was a window and my opponent peered through it. Buko, ja bym ci pomachał czymś, ale nie mam czym nawet, bo nie chcesz współpracować. Alright, let's throw a spell. I guess I no longer have trackers to my deck, so didn't really matter. I should fetch for thinning, because I get the trackers. Disagree. I play Oracle. Sure. Congrats. No, that's not Oracle. Sunburst, okay. He had who don't had companion. No, I boarded Charles of the Void. So we pay for all these artifacts, Casey. I would have to make a ton of mana here. I don't really have a payoff to draw in this situation. How can he win? Well, my opponent can win anytime with Thassa's Oracle, Spoils of the Vault. They assemble that combination. Ad nauseam is not even really present much in the Ad nauseam deck anymore. It's kind of a holdover name. What card did you remove from his deck? I did not. The card got Thoughtseize. You're gonna share warm of that food with your op or hoard it all yourself? Spacebar question mark, very good question. Have one copy for sentimental reasons, yeah. This deck you're playing in the good category, the fun category, or both. It is definitely a tier 2 deck. I think it's a pretty convincingly tier 2 though. It's not tier 3. So, you know, what does tier 2 mean to you? I don't know, but it does. It is vague enough that I can say that. Tank, win the game, PogChamp. What do you think of Amulet now? It is not the best deck ever. Let's see how many Thoughtseize were in my opponent's deck. So you can tilt. It was 1. It was 3 Thoughtseize total, so not the least. Tier 2 means the second row of Goldfish when viewing at the resolution I have on my PC. Interesting. I'd play it not reveal, you can play land here and make a food for free. If I draw Manufactor, that could mean I could just cycle. I was hoping it was just a 1 Thoughtseize. Me too, buddy. I think Scavenging Ooze is fine. I think Chalice, whatever. Emrak, whatever. Soft Plate Explosives. Let's play Force of Vigor. It's kind of awkward because then Giganta is getting cut by most of the things that we ordain or something. Alright, I think I have satiated my hunger for game object movements today. Tomorrow we can try to acquire some powerful trophies and win some matches of Magic the Gathering, more so than with this. Because this deck, well, very cool. Goes like differently. Your Chalice Veteran sideboard. Those are two entirely different cards that have little comparison, little overlap in what they actually are doing. So it's a interesting question to ask. That being said, check out the sponsor of my stream, Huel, and remember to come back tomorrow, as I will be streaming more tomorrow. I'm gonna be finishing for today. Enjoyed playing today with you Twitch chatters, was pretty cool. Enjoyed feeling existential dread, that was pretty good too. Hopefully you can feel some more dread tomorrow. And I will come back tomorrow, yeah. See you, nerds.